we should be live. Welcome back, nerds and turds, to another live stream repair. We've got a lot of work to do, and a lot of work to do while we're doing it. So first thing we need to do is catch up on some emails. We need to let the folks know that their HomePods that showed up today. And we also need to let the folks know from yesterday that we fell asleep and didn't get to theirs yet, and we're going to get to theirs here and first before we take care of the rest of the ones for today. In total, we've got 14 to get fixed up, and yeah. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the earlier live stream where we got our Midnight Black HomePod in, took a look, compared it, took it apart, gave our thoughts. I am happy. I will say I am happy with it. Would I replace my OGs with one of these? Nah. I am very happy with the OGs. Would I buy more of these? Yeah, sure, absolutely. My plan is going to be to disable Serhii on all of the OGs and use these for Serhii in the smart home stuff, since they will theoretically work much better with that. And then rely on the OGs just for music, which is what I primarily use these things for anyways. So I've got a special treat for everybody too. Before we kick off potentially an all-nighter repair, especially since I've got to watch the little one while Mom takes a nap for a little while. It's going to take a while for us to get through some of these, but we're going to chug on through it, and hey, it's Friday, so we've got all the time that we need to knock this stuff out. Anyways, the surprise, I not only got the Midnight Black, but I've also got a brand new white one. This one I ordered at Best Buy for local pickup in case this didn't show up on time. And it's a good thing I did, because I really wanted to get the stream set up and going as soon as possible. And Best Buy opens at 10. I was able to pick this up as soon as they opened. No problems. This one I bought from Apple directly, and I think it actually showed up during the live stream for us tearing this one apart. So let's open this up, take a quick look, and we can do a side-by-side comparison with the OG white one. And then we'll start some email catch-ups. We'll let everybody know that their HomePod's getting worked on now, and go from there. How do you get him out? Oh. Okay. Let me let the Discord know that we're streaming too before we start, because I'm sure they'll appreciate seeing this. Copy link. Go to the Discord server. Okay, the Discord has been notified. So let's open up this white. Oh man, I'm gonna get this thing dirty quick. I'm still kind of sad that this doesn't come with any stickers. But, you know, if I had to choose between removable figure 8 standard power cable and stickers, I'll choose the stickers. Yeah, that's sad. I kind of feel like a little bit like this HomePod is kind of like Apple saying, "You want a new HomePod? Fine. Here. It's a big mini. Deal with it." Really? Oh, I forgot to put this in there. Whatever. I won't bother plugging this in or anything. I just wanted to open it up and look at it. Let me grab another OG white one here, if I have any. Yeah, this'll do. It's kind of dirty, but they are the same white. I don't want to peel it. But, yeah, there you go. We shall now place that away. And it is now email time. All right, Gmail. Let's go to the gmail.com. Let's see, 32 emails. Oh goodness. Okay. A lot of this is not people. A lot of this is like spam. Oh, someone donated. Oh, thank you so much, Fabian. A bunch of people subscribed. Wow. I'm gonna have to give away that red HomePod a lot sooner than I thought. Okay, so after going through all of the not people emails, we still have 17 left. Not bad, not good. I guess, since this one was such a pain in the ass during the live stream to set up, we will go ahead and get this one set up and updating while we reply to emails. Okay. Oh, let me go grab my other iPhone because I don't want to lock up my main iPhone setting this thing up. Oh, do I really have to update? Oh, what bullocks. I know, kid. Me too. It sees the power cable and thinks that's the top of the HomePod and triggers the setup. That's funny. Okay, that's getting set up. Just making room for parts over here. Email time. We need to let everybody know that their HomePod showed up, and we need to let everybody know that their HomePod didn't get fixed yet yesterday. So who's that? Let's take a look. We've got Nick's. Alright, so we found Nick's. Nick's is going to be up first today, and theirs had death farts. And I believe we actually started opening theirs yesterday, but we didn't actually finish it. Okay, here's the pod. It's on 16.0 as well. Okay, so hi Nick. Okay. Nick has been notified. Next up was Alex with some fast popping. Alexander's had fast popping. We just let them know that we're getting to theirs next after Nick's. So then we've got Peter's with no power. Alright. Yeah, Peter's just got no power. So we let them know. And then we've got Lex with no power. Okay, Lex has been notified. And then we've got Serhii. Serhii's been awfully patient with us. It's taken us a few days to test them, and we still never found any issues, and he still wants to go through with us cracking them open and replacing the parts that commonly fail anyways. And then we've got John. We're moving on to the HomePods that showed up today. So we've got, let's find out. We've got John, and what's wrong with theirs? Oh no, there's two people, there's two different people with the same first and last name as this guy. I presume it's this guy that sent it 7 days ago. And oh no. I don't know, both of these guys sent them within the past week. This is not ideal. Let's open their box and see if their contact info is in there. If there's any info that gleans as to which John this is. Because there are two Johns with the same first and last name that sent a whole pond in the past week. Shoot. Okay, no hints. They gave us no hints. Okay, they said they sent it via UPS, which that's what this is. The other John hasn't even said that they've sent it yet, so I'm gonna guess that it's the guy that said that they sent it. No. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, she's hungry. Yeah. This is why it's gonna take all night, because I gotta keep making sure that you're okay. Yeah, it's worth it. You just wake up and you're immediately starving, huh? I fed you like 15 minutes ago, too. Yeah, understandable. Let's see, we were trying to figure out which... Oh yeah, so when did they send this? This was sent... No, it doesn't say. I could look up the tracking number, but... Let's see here. track that shipment. View details, shipment progress. They sent it on the 29th. So I don't. Oh. I don't know who's this. Which. There's. What are the chances, my child, that two people with the same first and last name would be telling me that they're sending their HomePod in with the same week? And I don't know whose this one is. I'm gonna have to ask them for tracking numbers so that way we figure out whose. Really? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Okay. So, ironically, this person that sent their HomePod in not only has there's two different people that have the same first and last name, but they also had the same issue, no base. So it's not like I can see what's wrong with it and differentiate whose it is that way either. But so be it. We will reach out to both of them and ask whose it is. Oh, maybe they're the same person. I feel like maybe they are. They just tried to send it from two different emails. That'll be funny. Okay. So let's let John know that his HomePod with no base came in. I think yours is here. I had two people with the same first, last name, and issue as you email me within the past week. I'm not sure if this is yours, if it's theirs, or if you're all the same person. But we're going to take a look tonight after catching a few others. You can watch anytime here. Okay. Where's my phone? After John's with no base, we have Kim. I believe Kim's actually sent one in before. What's wrong with Kim's here? I hate this game. Oh. Here we go, I found you. I found you, Kim. Alright, Kim's has another HomePod that has no power. Okay, yeah, Kim's the one who sent one in, I believe, from Korea, yeah. And here they have another one that won't power on, so here we are again. Alright, after Kim's with no power, we have JP. JP's also has no power. And then we've got Luke. Luke has a loud popping noise and the music stops. The top also doesn't display any light, but they're not concerned if that can't be fixed. And I let them know that this one may not be fixable. It might be an issue with the logic board. If it's an issue with the amp, we can probably repair or replace that. But if it's an issue with the logic board, we'll have to call it a no fix and just send it back to them. But we'll let them know that it's here. And then we've got Russell. Don't want that up on the screen. Russell's got one that won't power on. Before that began, the sound was fine, but when I would touch the volume up and down, Siri's voice would acknowledge the command, but at a very high speed and somewhat garbled. I wonder if that's a sign that the diode's about to die. But anyways, I'm still expecting it to probably be an issue with that diode, and we'll see. Excuse me. Let's let Russell know it's here. And then okay, yeah, Russell's got no power. Wow. And then we've got James. James has a ticking sound and is bass light. So I'm guessing it's got DC offset that cooked the subwoofer. So let's call that DC offset. James with DC offset. And then we've got another Russell, but they're just going by Russ. It's okay. Really? I love those sounds. Let's see. Okay, so Russell, I believe, has one that he has worked on a bit himself. It's already apart. He needs help putting it back together along with some, possibly some repairs. Let's see. What was their original issue? Checked the fuse and it was not open. I moved onto the diode and it was shorted. I don't have a soldering iron small enough to remove the diode. Okay, so it looks like they just need a replacement ribbon cable and a diode replacement and a reassembly. So and then finally, last, we've got Chalmers. I'm sorry if that's not how you pronounce it. They have no power. Okay, we've caught up on, well, we haven't really caught up on emails, but at the very least, we've emailed everybody whose HomePod didn't get fixed yesterday or who's showed up today and is about to get fixed here and now. Let's save the changes to our video description so people can see what's getting fixed. And let's go ahead and put away these bad boys. Yeah, see that? Even the new ones do it. Even the new ones pop when they turn off or turn on. So, whatever. My theory, I believe, is correct. My theory is on my website. Really? So, I think we are ready to start some repairs, provided Chell allows that. You've got some hair on your head, and it's not the stuff that grows out of you. We've got some fresh spudgers, too, to replace our absolutely destroyed old spudger here. I just bought a pack of them this time because I figured I'm just going to end up chewing through them, but nice. That'll be a lot nicer. Who's up first? Nick with death farts. That's right. We left off on yesterday's stream before falling asleep with Nick's That's Got Death Farts. So, let's continue. Let's get the overlay up over there. Yeah, we were on disassembly. So let's get that. And I remember now, this thing was putting up a fair fight. Not anymore. Alright, let's inspect the condition of our subwoofer. Looks good, feels good, smells good. Oh, here's the rest of their parts too. You stay focused. You want more food? What's going on? You just want him to know you're there? You just want to bug him? Well, guess what? It doesn't bug him. Cause you are just so cute, aren't you? Yeah. You want your pacifier? No, that's a no. That is a definite no. Really? Okay, we now move on to diagnosis. And how we do that is by putting together the parts necessary to power this on with it connected to our multimeter in DC voltage mode on the subwoofer output, which allows us to see how much DC offset the amp has, and in other words, how bad our filters are, which is causing the death fart behavior. This is also just a good sanity check to make sure that their problem is actually death farts and it's not something else. Sometimes people try to send them in when they don't actually have death farts, but they just pop, which is normal. You've heard it yourselves, and I heard it myself, and I made a YouTube short on my brand new 2023 Apple HomePod that also pops when it turns off. Presumably when you turn it on too. We'll go ahead and test that here in a little bit, but I'm just going to guess that because Apple didn't change that at all, that's totally normal and fine behavior. That's not a sign of any problems. So, yeah, well, good stuff. let's get this powered on. Let's turn on the multimeter. Oh, it's not plugged into my outlet there. There we go. Let's get our accessories turned on and warmed up. Oh, that was a fair pop. 300 millivolts of offset and quickly growing. So yeah, 350, we're almost at 400 already, so that's almost certainly what's causing this behavior. Let's get those caps replaced. And then for preventative maintenance, we're going to replace the Schottky barrier diode. That's the part that loves to fail and cause the most common no power issue. Granted, we only see diodes with date codes 1746 to 1748K failing and causing that no power issue. We like to replace that diode in every HomePod regardless of what date code it has and whether it's still working or not. In this case, we've got 1726K, so that's a little older. Actually, that's a lot older than what we normally see fail. And it still works just fine, but we're going to replace it with a brand new one anyways. But first, let's get up close and take care of our main problem here with those filters. I'm going to go ahead and charge up ye old thermal camera while I'm thinking about it, in case we need it tonight. Oh cool, it's still charged. Awesome. We shall now place our new caps. Easy does it. Hard can also do it too, but it's more difficult. Easy's easier. I gotta work on my dad jokes, you know? No! 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 Haha! Saved. How's it look? Ooh. Looking mighty fine. You couldn't even tell if I cleaned that up. Let's take care of our diode. Nice. We shall now give it a few seconds to cool off, and then verify our DC offset, which causes those death farts, is under control. We want to keep it under 50 millivolts. Technically, as long as it stays under like 3 volts, it won't fart, but we want to keep it under 50 millivolts to avoid any damage. It will cause damage before it will fart. I think that is sufficient. They're a little warm, but they're not hot, so that'll do. This poor logic board has probably seen at least 300, if not more, different amplifiers and at least 400, if not twice as many, unexpected power cycles. And I'm surprised that it still works through all these repairs to this day. We have gone through a few cables, and the power supply that we would use started to wear out physically on the connector and where the screws go through. But logic board. Alright, so our offset is now 0. Is it going to stay at 0 millivolts? Nice. 1 millivolt. We can deal with that. That is excellent. So with it staying under 50 millivolts, our death farts are gone, and we can put this back together. So we're just gonna take these test parts off here really quick. You can't you can't put this stuff back into the shell with the power supply and the cable connected for a few reasons. First of all, this is my test cable. This is just one that I pulled out of another HomePod. The actual ribbon cable is still attached to the inside of their shell. And then the power supply, you can't just leave in there as you take the amp board in and out, because there's a couple of screws underneath the power supply right here that it covers when you've got it on. So you got to take all these bits and bobs off if you want to move things around. I feel like I'm just so familiar with how the Generation 1 comes apart and puts back together again that I just don't know if I like the way that the new generation is assembled. Like, yeah, it is technically easier to get in. I'll say this, it requires less force to get into the second generation HomePod, because they no longer use glue to hold this basket down, which is awesome. Freaking awesome. And you don't have to pry your top off anymore. You get in through the bottom and you peel the mesh over the top like the minis now. It's basically a big mini. It feels like a big mini. It kind of sounds like a big mini too. But at the same time, it's just it still kind of sounds better. I don't know. I'm just so split. Like, I'm gonna have to sit for like a few hours and just listen to the two side by side and really get my thoughts on them. Now that I've got the black and the white one now. The white one just showed up, so I'm gonna do a stereo pair and give them both the best shot they can get. I can't believe I got that mesh on as well as I did either. But I've got experience having to do that. We have accidentally pulled the drawstring out of somebody else's HomePod once. But it was actually a lot easier to just stuff it back in there. Oh, welcome to the stream, guy. Thank you. One thing's for sure, I hate that the volume buttons are printed on there like the Mini. No me gusta nada. You know what? Just because I feel like it, I'm going to go and grab one of the new ones and we're just going to have it out. Staring at us. Where do we put him? Where do you want to go, guy? You want to go here? I can put you here. No, I don't want to put you there. That's pretty close to the heat. But that, I can do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got a call on my Google Voice line, which is the phone number that I have up on, like, if you try to find my phone number, that's the phone number you're going to get. And it's also the phone number that I give people for international repairs, because when they're shipping them, they usually require a phone number. And Google Voice usually works pretty well with those, whereas my personal phone number, I don't know how well that plays with international stuff. So, also it helps cut down a lot of spam. So, but I got a call today from somebody asking for Nix Fix television repair for their like 55-inch Samsung TV, I think. I didn't finish reading the voicemail, but I'm gonna have to check later and like think for a sec if I actually like should like reach out to them and see if I should try to repair that, or if I just tell them, yo, you got any HomePods? I just gotta make sure the kid's still breathing. She is. Sometimes I look at her and she's like, looks like she's not breathing, and you're just like, oh shit. But then she's really breathing. You're like, whew. Live strong, kid. Isn't that a thing some, like, biker person says? You thought I was gonna forget the power supply. The subwoofer in the Gen 1 HomePod definitely feels more solid and robust, as opposed to the Gen 2's subwoofer that just kind of felt a little cheaper all around. Not gonna lie. It felt like the exact same weight. I couldn't find my scale, but I'm sure there is a slight difference because of the different material in the basket. Okay. Let me gather my thoughts before I stop tripping. So, I almost never would have thought that they would have just straight up slapped a standard figure 8 removable power cable on the back of these things. But I bet it's a win-win, right? So it's cheaper for Apple to do that because it's cheaper to reuse an existing standard as opposed to manufacturing some proprietary bullshit. And then it's also a win for us because if you lose it or you want to replace it, you just can. And you don't have to use the original power cable. You can just grab something from your cable drawer or yank it from your PlayStation, and you're good to go. Which also implies that they're more okay with you moving it around than the first gen, or at least they anticipated you moving it around more. You know what I think we will do? Let me ask you guys. Would you guys be okay with me plugging this into power, this new HomePod, and playing some music? Or do you guys just want the silence here and the HomePod ASMR? Up to you. And also, if you want the music but just at a low volume and able to hear the work here, I can do that too. If you have a preference, let me know. But it's going to be a long night. We're probably going to pull an all-nighter, so a little bit of music would definitely make that a little easier. But if you guys don't want that, I understand. You decide. Hey, people say music. Hell yeah. I like you guys. We won't go too hardcore tonight. At least for now. But also, I just want to watch the top of this display because I hate the volume buttons being like that, but I do like the full display. Rise. Cool. Alright, I've got, I believe, just the thing for us. Oh, and if you guys were curious, I'll show you really quick how I name all of my HomePods. So, you've essentially just got an acronym for the room name and then the placement. Stop this. The acronym for the room name and then the placement in that room. If it's a stereo pair, the individual speaker is room name, placement, and then the pair is room name, placement again. Pretty simple. So NR top right, that's Nick's room top right, Nick's room mid left, living room top front, living room red. For the ones that I've colored, I've got them named after their colors and room. So not entirely consistent 100%, but you've got hallway, dining room, bedroom's just bedroom right now, bathroom. I haven't gone through all of them, but I move them around all the time, so. And then when I've got I've got a mini in the living room dedicated for just the alarm that goes off to remind us to feed and change the child. Let's get some music up here. Gotta switch over to my other. My guys, we went from like 880 subscribers before the stream today to 934. We're gonna end up giving away that red OG HomePod a lot quicker than I originally thought. But I am perfectly happy with that. Let's go to my mixes playlist. It was, which one were you? I would believe it to be. don't think it's this one. No. Don't wake the baby. So we've been intentionally keeping things noisy with her, regardless of whether she's sleeping or not, so that way she doesn't get bothered by noises. And so far, it works pretty well. Especially with when I'm watching music or TV, she's not bothered by any of that. Sudden noises, like loud, like sudden noises, are still startle her. Like if somebody coughs or sneezes near her, that'll startle her, even if there's like loud music going in the background. So she seems to be developing quite well. Connect to the HomePod. Control other speakers. This iPhone. AirPlay. To test. Where did it just go? I'm sorry, guys. Give me just a minute here. Wow, did it get deleted? I'm gonna be sad. All right, well, we'll do this for now. How about that? Hey Nick, I'm buying some soldering stuff to fix some of the stuff. I'm confident I can actually fix it on my own. Ooh, what kind of flux and solder should I get? So I don't have any good recommendations for solder, to be honest with you. I just use whatever I can find sitting around my room. Half of the stuff I've just, I don't know where it comes from. It's just there and it works. So I'll go ahead see, let's see what I'm currently using. Is this Mayum SN63PB37. It's got rosin core solder. And that's what we've been using for a few months. The flux is the ChipQuick NC191. The 30cc designation on this model number is just the size of the tubes. So they do 10cc tubes and 30cc tubes. And I destroy these things. So I get the biggest one I can find. Oh, hey there. You're finally awake. Doesn't matter, or just top Amazon thing. The flux, I would strongly recommend the ChipQuick or Amtech's flux from a reputable, trusted seller. The solder, you could probably get away with whatever top-rated stuff you can find. I'm personally not too picky about my solder. To be honest, I'm also not. I don't think I'm experienced enough to really be picky with my solder. But I find that the flux that I use is more impactful than the solder that I use. Of course, there is considerations for using the right solder for the right job. You don't typically want to use super low melt solder for everything. You might think, well, why don't you use low melt solder for everything to make it easier to remove and replace stuff? And that's because low melt solder is typically more brittle. I don't mean to insult anybody's intelligence. I'm just talking about stuff. So, but low melt solder is more brittle than normal solder. So it is good for making it easier to remove components, especially components that are attached to plastic. You can flux up those pads and pins with flux, and then with your soldering iron covered in low melt solder, you can go over it and try to soak all that in with the low melt, and then it won't take as much heat to remove that part from your board. You'll want to, of course, clean it up and use regular solder to reinstall everything, or to finalize everything. You can actually reinstall the part with low melt solder, and then do basically the opposite, which is take your soldering iron after you've put the new part on with the low melt stuff, take your soldering iron with your normal solder, and go over and just kind of mix the stuff in together. I apologize if that didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I am a little tired, and that did feel a little nonsensical. But I'm sure the general idea made sense to some of you.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm having trouble.
Don't raise your voice at me. Volume buttons look good. Sounds good. This one checks out. So we can put this away. And who is next? Let's see. We've got Alex with some fast popping, so I'm gonna go grab some more water. And their HomePod. Oh, you're awake? You're looking around. You're wondering and wandering. You want this? Oh, I never burped you after I gave you that food, did I? Come here. Let it out. I know you got it. Yeah. Really? You were just the cutest little goober, aren't you? Alright, I'm gonna put you back down. There you go. No, you keep that. Yeah. Alright, number 4 from Alex. It's okay. Everything's all right. Oh, do you want me to change the lights for you, kid? I've got Philips Hue light strips on the ceiling that we can make funny colors for you. There you go. I'm not entering my PIN on stream. Okay, so here's Alex's with some fast popping. It's okay. It's okay. You want some more food? Do I need to go get you some more food? Let's check it out. Let's get the text up on the screen updated too. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. Let me go make you a bottle of food really quick. Here you go, kiddo. If you start getting too grumpy, I'll give this to you. Alright. I heard what I needed to hear. Let's get this taken apart, see what's going on from the inside. Where do I get all the bad HomePods? People send these HomePods in to be repaired, actually. That's usually what you see me fixing here on the streams. People find me through my repair videos here on YouTube, or through forums, or just searching Google. I personally find most of my broken HomePods for myself on eBay. As far as sound quality, I do feel like there may be a just a very slight edge to the new generation HomePod. The bass feels a little tighter and more controlled. The mids and highs also feel a little more direct and a little less reflected, and I think that's because the tweeters in the OG, they fire horizontally and then bounce down and then off the table back at you. Whereas the OGs fire directly at a 45-degree angle down towards the table, off the table towards you. So it's more of a direct path. And I think that results in a slightly cleaner, crisper sound. That said, I still feel like the OG offers a little more oomph to the sound. There you go. Yeah, you were hungry. Eat as much as you want, kid. All yours. We got all night. Oh yeah, thank you. I was really surprised to see we peaked at around, I think, 136 concurrent viewers, and when the stream ended, we had 1,100 unique viewers. Easily the best live stream we had yet. Yeah, I feel like technically the new gen is a little more complicated in its assembly, even though it's easier at the same time to get in and put it back together because it's not glued together and you don't have to pry any glued components apart to get into it, which is going to significantly reduce people damaging these things, getting into them themselves. But we got it back together first try without a problem. No extra screws, no extra gaskets, and it sounded just fine. I mean, that's it right there. That's the one that we took apart. And we accidentally pulled the whole drawstring out and ended up having to manually stuff the whole mesh back into place when we were buttoning it up, which took a good part of our time. But it is possible, and I imagine other people will end up doing the same thing. So I'd really like to figure out how to do it with and avoid that happening, but I can't justify voiding the warranty on another one of these right now. Let's get that hair out of your eye. Sorry about that, kid. Yeah, so I think what you're supposed to do is take the power supply out first, and then the amplifier board, just like you do on the Gen 1. Yeah.
You think that's enough? And I think it's cool that you care. I think it's cool that you care. I think it's cool to care. I think it's cool.
Still wondering about the heat sinking underneath it? Yeah, so we already saw the bare naked amps for the tweeters, but under that heatsink we know for sure is the amp for the bass speaker, and I'm really curious to see what's underneath that. But that sucker was glued on there, and I'm almost positive that if I had given it a sincere try to just rip it off, it would have ripped off components with it. I could see more than just the amp chip under there. I could see some caps. So I imagine, I'm curious if they stuffed the DAC and the amp for the bass and the filters under that heatsink to try to manage and keep them under control. Because when I was speaking to the Apple engineers about the crackling issue, she was saying that they fixed it in the new design, and I wonder if that heatsink is what they meant. She couldn't give me any more details. She was already telling me more than she was technically allowed to, but I wonder if a viable modification would be for the OGs, the first gen, to put a heatsink on the amp chip. I'll have to try that. I think we did enough, and I will let someone else risk breaking their amp to get that heatsink off and see what's underneath it. But I think we did a fair bit of work there. Otherwise, that justifies it. I'm sure iFixit will probably crack it open, give us some really nice photos. This kid, she is almost 2 months now, and she eats probably 2 to 4 ounces every 2 hours, which is about on track for you, but it definitely seems like you favor more towards the 3 to 4 ounces every hour or two. You're gonna get chunky like I was before you get really tall and skinny. Well, I wasn't really tall, I was actually really short and skinny. But you're probably gonna get tall like your mom and skinny like me. You about done eating? I need to work. And if I can't work, I can't feed you, so Let's go, kiddo. All right, time for little tiny burps. Let it out. Nick fixes HomePods and kids. Let's go, child. Let it out. Alright, I think you are satisfied for now. You still hungry? Yeah, you're still hungry. Here, take the rest of this. We'll make it through this HomePod eventually. Won't we? Let's go, kiddo. Do you think it's worth getting a second gen, or should I just buy another OG for stereo pair? Yeah, I would definitely go for a stereo OG pair over an OG and a new gen. If you're thinking just purely sound perspective. If you're thinking from more of a functionality standpoint, you might want to consider having one of the new ones and one of the old ones. So that way the new one can handle all of the smart stuff more efficiently and effectively than the OG with the older hardware. But man, the stereo pair compared to a single HomePod is just, it's so much better than just 2 times better. I'll say that. You cannot stereo pair an old and a new one, that's correct, but I'm pretty sure they were asking if they should get an OG for a stereo pair or if they should live with an old and a new one by themselves. No burps? You're just gonna drink 2 ounces like that without letting anything out? Alright then. Okay. Folks, we're gonna take a quick, maybe 5-minute break, if that. I need to change her really quick, and then we will be right back to continue our repair journey tonight.
Been trying to sleep over the night, but you're just another voice. They're calling your name, and you turn around so easily. You lose your voice.
one fresh baby. Fresh, clean baby. Don't throw up on me. Here. Take this. It's the latest gear. Get over here. You big nerd. Yep, go for it. All yours. All yours. It's right here. What are you complaining about? What are you guys smoking? It's AirPlay 2, so any AirPlay 2 speaker can be played simultaneously. You can't stereo pair just any AirPlay 2 device. It's got to be the same device that, like HomePod 2 and HomePod 2, or HomePod 1 and HomePod 1. But you can AirPlay 2 to the OG and the new one at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what the chat is saying, but it sounds like somebody's smoking something. Oh, okay. No, I get what the chat is saying now. See, my problem is I keep reading one chat message and then another chat message right underneath it thinking it's the same person. So the new HomePod does have Matter support. It acts as some weird thread router thing. But that just has to do with smart home accessories and HomeKit integration. That doesn't have anything to do with, necessarily with the AirPlay protocol that it still uses to allow you to play music from your Apple devices. I would lose my shit if you couldn't play to the new ones and old ones at the same time, because you're basically then saying that you can't AirPlay to the new one in any other AirPlay 2 device, unlike the OG that you can AirPlay to this. I mean, I've got a Sonos IKEA lamp in the living room that I can AirPlay with my HomePods at the same time, as well as these Airport Express V2s. They've got a 3.5mm auxiliary output, and it doubles as an optical audio Toslink connection. So these also act as AirPlay 2 destinations, not just Wi-Fi access points. And you can get these used for like $20 or less. So you can hook up your home theater subwoofer or any other speaker that doesn't normally support AirPlay 2 to this, and bada bing bada boom. You've got your HomePods, you've got whatever's connected to this playing music at the same time. Good stuff. I think the child is content for now. We will see how long that lasts. Mostly correct, yes. The only thing I would correct is It's a bit of both hardware and software changes for Matter. The hardware needs to support it, and the software needs to be there to support it too, of course. Because something that physically has the hardware capable of supporting Matter may not actually have software that takes advantage of that. Just like we saw with the HomePod Mini. The Mini actually has Matter support, right? But when they first launched, they weren't using it. It wasn't enabled or anything. It wasn't being taken advantage. It was just sitting there as a capability that the HomePod Mini had, but just wasn't being taken advantage of yet. Where did your pacifier go? Oh. Really? No need to cry. No need to fuss, child. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Your point is correct. Yeah. It does require a specific type of Wi-Fi radio for Matter. You can't just make Matter support with software alone. And yes, spot on. AirPlay 2 is its own thing. AirPlay doesn't care if you have Matter or not. It doesn't matter. Really? She's turning that grump mode on. She's getting ready. She's gearing up. kid's gassy, poor thing. That's why she's grumping. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it for you. It'll be okay. This too shall pass, child. Looks good, feels good, smells good. Oh, goodness. Something in there does not look good, but you will have to wait and see till we get there. Here we go. If we get up close, we can see our first casualty here. Our 10 ohm resistor next to the subwoofer connector is now in pieces. Yep, what's left of it. So this needs to get replaced. If we look on the other side of the board here, everything else actually doesn't look too bad. So that probably blew up from too much DC offset for too long. So I think here's the plan of attack here. Let's, before we change anything on here, I want to power it up connected to our multimeter to see if it's got any DC offset in the first place. It'll probably have it, and we'll need to replace the filters on here as well. That's probably what blew that up. But we want to be thorough here. No, no, no. Alright, what's it got, stuntman? What are you so grumbling about, huh? Silence, child. Alright, so we've got almost 400 millivolts of offset already, which is again in unwanted territory here, so that's definitely enough to cause damage. And yeah, so let's get this apart. We'll replace the filters, we'll replace that missing resistor, we'll replace the Schottky barrier diode that causes the no power issue, like we talked about earlier, and then we'll retest it and make sure that our offset according to the meter over there is under control again. Not before this kid calms down. You are gonna make us stay up all night doing this, aren't you? That's okay. Really, you just spit that right out. Hi. Really? Here, you can have that back. Yeah, that's yours. That's not mine. Here you go, be free, child. Is that what you wanted? That was a burp. There you go. You are being very high maintenance right now, aren't you? We're 2 hours into this and we haven't even fixed like more than 2. Really? Yep, she was still hungry. How much can you eat? I would probably keep the OG if you're happy with it. If you want any of the new features in the new one, then pick up a new one and see how you think you like it. It's pure sound-wise, I don't think it's worth the upgrade alone. But if you're looking to add, I think it's worth getting a new one over buying the older ones just because it's the newer hardware and it's going to have more support for it now. Oh, she's doing fantastic. Aren't you, my child? You're getting swaddled, child. Go to bed. Go to sleep. You'd have to ask Apple. Probably not. They might give you like a small trade-in value, maybe. But I think their website will tell you that if you look up their trade-in estimator. Nice. Let's take care of that resistor now. All right, hold on. You're getting tummy time, kid. You want a grump? You get tummy time. Because if you've got that energy to grump, you've got that energy to tummy. Extract the child from your little thing here. No, no, don't fuss. It's okay. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Let's get that in you so you can pacify yourself. There you go. Looks like I need to delete and re-add this camera really quick, of course. That's that time of the week where it randomly stops working and I have to delete and re-add it. What happened to my cam? Hang on. Apparently the name is already in use. What the Okay, I think we fixed it. That'll do. Last but not least, we've got our Schottky barrier diode over there. It's got a date code of 1736K, not within the range that we normally see failing, but we will replace it nonetheless. Really? You're working for it. You were just being the most difficult, aren't you? Oh. It's okay. You want more food? Okay. You happy now? You got some food? You're being very high demand tonight. It's okay. Really? Really? There you go. You should be happy for now. We'll see how long it lasts. We already checked this one. Right? No, I don't. We'll just double check it anyways. Don't start. Where's that pacifier of yours at? Really? You're trying. Alright, so we've got 2 millivolts. That looks good. Let's get this put back together. Come on. No, it's okay. You just want more food, huh? I literally can't get 5 minutes into a repair without you wanting more food. Yeah. No. Yeah, she is growing. You're just about to hit that peak grumpiness phase, aren't you? You look so tired, why don't you just go to sleep? Alright, let's get you in here. Give me that arm. Give me that other arm. There you go. Now you can't do nothing about it. Oh, big sneeze. You're doing real good now, aren't you? You happy? Are you content? Can I get you anything else? No, you just want to roll around and grumble a little bit? That's okay. Just let me know if you need anything else. This mesh is just on its last leg, man. Wow. It just feels beat up, you know? Feels like it maybe it's been baked in the sun for a while because it's like starting to separate and it feels almost like it's, I don't know, it's weird. But I noticed that on quite a few of these where the layers start to separate, where they get exposed to sun or heat the most. And you won't really notice it unless you really look for it. Wow. Really? Oh, you lost your pacifier out from that one. Here you go. does it work? Really, Grumbler? More food. Amazing. That's all she wants is more food. She wants all the food. Oh, they don't have their Serhii turned on. We'll go ahead and trigger the factory reset prompt. We're not going to actually reset it, but we're going to make it play the sounds, just so we can give it a quick sound check here. Can't do that if you're grumping, though.
Your HomePod is about to reset. Keep pressing until you hear 3 beeps.
All right. You get out of here. That sounds good and it looks good, so that's good, good, good. All right. Looks like we can move on to the next one, which would be Peter with no power. Let's grab Peter's. You are dirty. Wow. I'm gonna double check and see if they wanted anything done about that. This one's Peter. Let's see. Yeah, no, they haven't said, they didn't say anything about cleaning or replacing or dyeing the mesh, so we're gonna just leave it as it is. That's a little too much for us to be able to just clean off. But it honestly doesn't look horrible. It kind of looks cool. Alright, let's check our symptoms. Yes, indeed, we've got no power, and we've got 4 to 6 watts of power draw. So that seems to be the most common failure mode here with the shorted diode on the amplifier, but let's dig in and find out, provided Chell lets us. Yeah, that's what I thought. She wants more food. There you go. You better not throw this all up later. What? What's wrong? It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. No. It's okay. No, no, no. Be good. Yeah. That's not good. She wants more food. I'm not even kidding you. Every 5 minutes you want more. We're not gonna get anything done tonight. Your hunger will never cease to fascinate me, child. I guess you get it from me, though. Can't get mad at you. Okay, what is this? No power? We've got a diode with a date code of 1748K. So I think we all know what to expect when we go and test that. We expect this cheap ass meter to not work. There we go. Yep, that diode is dead, so let's get it replaced and see if this board will power on. There's the 5-minute timer.
Hello, Big Bird listeners. This is Vince from Drulu. I'm sad we can't do this IRL, but I'm really happy that I'm still able to share these 30 minutes with you guys. I plan on bringing my trumpet to the showcase, so I thought it would be fitting to record some parts over this side as well. Hope you enjoy.
No, I need to get shit done, kid. No. Silence, child. No. No. She wants more food. Fine, have it. There you go. Eat as much as you want. You're only going to take 5 sips and then spit it out. That's okay, as long as you are happy. Still eating. You want to finish up so I can finish? We've fixed like 3 home pods. It's been 3.5 hours. That is horrible timing, Chal. You're gonna have to help me fix these. To make up for it. You can start off by replying to all my emails. And then we'll promote you to disassembler. We got power. Could you stop doing that, Mr. Camera? Thank you. Alright, so we've got good sound, and we've only got probably going to be about 15 millivolts of offset, yeah. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. That looks alright though. So let's get this put back together. no reason. That was a burp. That was a big one. That almost sounded like a throw up. Don't throw up.
I'm having trouble connecting to the... I'm having trouble...
Very nice. Peter's ready to go. Let's put that back into their box. And we will grab number 6 from Lex. Lex also has no power. We're on a roll here. Let's get their box opened up. Alright, as always, let's check our symptoms. No response, and about 4 to 6 watts of power draw from the wall. So another most likely shorted diode on the amplifier. But let's take it apart and find out.
with you soon. And don't forget you have a backbone. Stay safe, wash your hands. I love you.
Ooh, dead. Another one. Excuse me. Excuse you, Chell. Jeez, what the hell? Such a big burp from such a small child. We got power. We got bass, and we've got 25 millivolts of offset. It's holding relatively steady too, so I'm not really worried about that. As long as it's below 50 and it stays below 50, that's all I care about, and that's all that matters. So that looks good to go. Now, if it was below 50 but it was growing rather rapidly towards 50 and past it, I would want to get that taken care of. But and 50 millivolts is really just an arbitrary value that we picked based on what we saw searching around the internet, seeing what other audio enthusiasts have said about an acceptable offset value. And 50 millivolts seems to be the generally agreed upon maximum amount of acceptable DC voltage on your speakers. How you doing, kiddo? You doing all right? You're passed out. I can't complain. You'll let me crank through a few more HomePods? Listen here, you little shit. You cannot possibly be hungry again, can you? Will you let me finish this one at least?
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Very good.
I'm having
Very good. Another one. All right, who's next? We've got Serhii. Quite a patient person. They've got two that they sent in that they just want the normal parts that fail replaced. So we're gonna go ahead and do that for them. We've already tested these the past few days and they didn't give us any problems. But we gave them the option of just sending them back or going ahead with just replacing what fails and not worrying about it, and he opted to get it done. Oh, let's update the text on the screen here too. There we go. Hold on. Oh, shit. 1752K for the diode, so it likely never would have failed, but we're gonna replace it anyways. Got a little bit of the debris and dust on here, so we're just gonna brush that off real quick. And let's go ahead and, just for posterity here, let's go ahead and power it on, connect it to our multimeter, and see how much DC offset it has. We're going to replace the filters anyways because it was specifically requested. And they're paying for it, so... but I am curious how much it currently has. All right, what do we got? Okay. So it's got essentially no DC offset. It's got like 1 millivolt right now. But we're going to replace our parts here and then get this put back together. Perfect. Woo! No, let me finish this first. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, she's got gas. Oh. Interesting. It wasn't doing that before. We might have to open that one back up again. Yeah, okay, we're gonna take that one back apart and do that again. So there's no sense in trying to rush to get things done. But
I'm having trouble connecting.
that's good.
I'm having trouble.
That's good. So let's grab the other one here again and take another look as to why that's acting funky. that is much better. I want to move it over just a little more. There we go. Okay, that should do it.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more...
That sounds much better.
I'm having trouble...
Don't raise your voice at me, miss. Well, this one's fixed up. And we've caught up at least as far as all of yesterday's repairs. It's just about to hit midnight, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go, which would take 4 hours, optimistically speaking. And honestly, I don't know if I feel like staying up till 4 in the morning to fix those. We will definitely be making mistakes if we end up doing that. So I'm gonna shoot everybody's for today an email, letting them know that we're gonna get theirs fixed tomorrow morning. As for the ones that we caught up from yesterday, they're all done, and we'll shoot them an email letting them know. And that is it for here and now. If anybody has any questions about any of the repairs that we've done here today, feel free to leave a comment down below. I also suggest everybody check out the website, nixfix.com, where I've got a dedicated section for the common issues if you're looking for more info to do it yourself, or my contact info if you want to reach out to me to get it sent in and fixed here on the channel. In any case, I hope you nerds and turds enjoyed this live stream repair, and I'll catch you in the next one. Goodbye!